Welcome to my speedrun compilation of all the hospitals in Theme Hospital on Hard. So this first one's called Toxicity. I'm using a strategy that was developed by Wise Hunter TV. He figured out a method that I think really works on this one to your advantage, per se. That if you build some buildings before you start, more people will come in. Your objective in this one is to cure 10 patients, have $1,000, and some kind of reputation. Basically, it's pretty easy, obviously, but your goal is not to get an end of year victory. You want to get a victory in July 1st, and that part is requires a little bit more strategy. When I first did most of these videos, I do most of these levels, I'm like, oh, there's nothing to these. But to get the speedrun time, now that's a little bit different, right? Like, of a strategy. I can't guarantee that every single speedrun that I did is going to be like maximally fast. There's going to be some other people, of course, who have done it faster, but I have some pretty good speedruns on this video. This is definitely one of them. I implemented this strategy pretty good, trust me. This is world record fast, basically, right here. So hope you guys enjoy these videos, even if they're not necessarily every single one of them going to be as fast as you could possibly get them. All right, as you can see, I'm decreasing the charges to bring more people in, right? Lower prices should bring more patients into the hospital. Of course, you can only do that after you've built the buildings, right? So, and once I just, obviously that indicates I built everything. And we're getting ready for that July 1st victory. Obviously, you want to keep your reputation. It's got to be pretty decent. Build some radiators. And I got to shout out to all the speedrunners out there whose videos I kind of looked at. Obviously, number one, I got to look at Habis speedrun. He practically invented the speedrun for this game. I mean, he did all about 4 years ago. And Retro, I looked at some of your videos. He did his videos and commented on it. And of course, this one, Wise Hunter TV, I looked at your speedrun on speedrun.com for this model right here. Boom. So we're about wrapped up on this hospital. So this isn't a full-on speedrun. I do kind of slow down a little bit so you can kind of see the end. See this little letter here. All right, this next hospital is called Sleepy Hollow. This is another one where keys are the issue. You basically, I would call it like the lagging principle or whatever. You're not going to have to worry as much about money as you're going to have to worry about keys getting done. All right, so you can see I just decided, go with it. You move a little bit faster in this one. You don't use the same strategy as last one, of course, because you're going to be open longer than 6 months, right? So you just kind of go, boom, build it up. I'm trying to build relatively fast, but unfortunately, I'm not, I practice, but, I get fast, but not necessarily super duper fast, right? So you just build it up, and then I gotta build a research room as soon as I'm ready. Yep, boom, I decided, wait, I want to do an inflation clinic first, and then do that. This is the one that I watched Retro do it, but I'm pretty sure Habis probably did it first. I'm not sure. this is to get the maximally fast time, right? Looks like I forgot to build general diagnosis there, and I need it now, so time to build. And just build everything up, and then get that research department. I decided, forget it, we're gonna just put the research department here. I was gonna build it somewhere else, but then I decided, okay, I'll just build it in the original building. This one is actually gonna end up being pretty fast, despite the seeming clumsiness of it. You really can't do it too much faster than the way I'm doing it now. To be honest, it's gonna end up being like, it's gonna like either tie the record or get very, very close to it. Gotta pay some people off before they cry. It's like I need a staff room. Boom. But then I'm like, oh, I need a slicer too. So my placement was objectively not the best, I'm not gonna lie. But I'll implement one of my favorite strategies is going to be implemented soon, so stay tuned. So obviously you can see I don't have a staff room because I just was like, okay, I gotta get this done. See, that research department could have been smaller. But I'm just gonna fire anyone who asks for a raise, basically. It's firing time. I mean, get out, bro. Just leave the building if you don't like it. I don't care. I mean, most of them are all replaceable. Boom, once they're done, I just get rid of them. You think I can't find another nurse that has the same skills as you? You know, like I can easily find another one. Come on now. Boom. Alright, I'm basically done with the research. So I just forget about it. I don't need them anymore. See, Kears is what's lagging. I need 40 Kears as fast as possible. Oh, it looks like, I don't know, sometimes I was waiting to see if she would complain. Boom, get out. And get out. I mean, I wouldn't recommend doing this on a lot of the other hospitals, but I mean, for this one, it's just fine, honestly, just firing them, because you don't really need that many high-skilled people, and you could just do this if you want. You don't really need, like, surgeons, for instance. There's no, like, highly skilled people that are rare. You could just fire them and get another one. Him I considered, because he's a consultant researcher. Anyone who's actually a consultant, I'm not worried about it, but a regular doctor, I can just replace you. All right, I just need to buy something. To get my hospital up to it. We're looking for a December 31st victory, hopefully. Right? There we go. That's it. All right, this is hospital 3 called Largechester. This one, again, the issue is going to be with Kears. We're looking for an early open right here. Again, no dragging out the open. Darn, right? Have to actually move pretty fast to get the times that you want. This one, unfortunately, fell short. of the maximum time because, well, to be honest, I'm just not fast enough. But this is pretty good. It's not terrible. Not like awful or anything, you know. So we're gonna focus on getting our cure equipment because we need a specific type of cure equipment before we can, that they're gonna ask for really, really quickly. Now, in almost every single level, you don't need the operating room to be researched. After, I believe this is the only level in which you will need an operating room to be researched. So I'm like, oh. So she's already looking for the operating room, but it has to be researched. I mean, if you wanted to do it more casually, of course, you could probably research it before you even open if you wanted, but again, this is a speed run. All right, so now I'm still looking for some surgeons. So when I do get my operating room, I'm ready to go. All right, got a ward. Boom, I made it. It's kind of tricky to get those 3 beds in there. You kind of have to practice to do it. Right, got my operating theater. Now it's time to start doing operations. And there's a guy lining up already. He wants to go to the ward to start doing them. Right, build. Again, when cures are the issue, generally speaking, you just kind of have to build fast, right? Because there's a lot of things in these games, like a lot of these old games, where they just won't reveal it to you. You know what I'm saying? Like you won't know unless it's kind of like under the subtext, right? Like these games don't, like if you go to like more modern games, they like quantify everything. So in this one, you're just kind of, so your reputation can have an effect on how many people come in the door in general. So, and I think part of that, people don't want to come in the door when you don't have buildings, basically, right? If you build everything quickly and you have everything there, right? Like you got all these buildings, it's almost like it brings more people in. So build those buildings, right? Of course, later on, I actually build the building slower because it's not like the cures are not as much of an issue as the cash. Now, each individual level has its own objectives, right? To get more cures, you want to have buildings, though, generally speaking. Now we're going to drug research. It looks like I forgot to put some radiator there in the pharmacy. Need some radiators. So, I mean, I'll fire anyone who I can and put those radiators in so they stop complaining. Looks like Elvis has walked in the building. There you go. I want my consultant to be in there because what happens, of course, when you don't have your consultant is they give you this garbage where they don't know how to diagnose anybody. Once again, this model, this layout is probably not the greatest layout. It's pretty good, but I don't have a general diagnosis, right? Because of the way I built it. If you built it a little bit more, you built it in a different way, you might be able to do that. You might be able to put a general diagnosis in here, but I just kind of built it up, and I'm like, you can see how I built that staff room kind of large. Probably, move things around and kind of play Tetris with the buildings. You'll be able to fit everything in there. But with a consultant in the GP's office, you'll be able to get pretty high accuracy even without the general diagnosis. All right, got to keep kind of getting these surgeons to Because sometimes a surgeon just stays in there and you don't want them to, right? To stay in the operating room unless it's like you're doing non-stop surgeries. Otherwise, you want to kind of kick them out and have them rest so they're not like tired, super tired, and they don't complain about pay. You haven't noticed I'm not worried about diagnostics. I'm gonna decrease the cost of some of these things to bring more people in, and because I've kind of assessed my treatment, right? Like I've assessed how many more cures I need to win this level, and I think I need money still. Like notice I didn't decrease everything. I do need some money. But I definitely don't want to. I need to bring more people in to get those cures. Yeah, that's one thing that I just kind of had to assess on the spot right there. It wasn't really something I pre-planned. I unfortunately have to pay the ransom to my consultant because he's kind of important. But otherwise, I probably would have fired most people. See, I need 6 people. 6 more people to be cured. It's weird how they assess in each different level, right? Like they have a different. They don't always end the level at the same time. So this one is not going to be a year-end victory, right? This is going to be like an April 1st victory. Right. So like each hospital has different points in which you can win. Kind of an inconsistency there. But here we go. Boom. Just keep everything running normally. There we go. All right. This is Hospital 4, Frimpton-on-Sea. So this is one where cash is the most important factor. Speed is of course a factor, which I'm not super slow, but maybe not super fast either. So I'm gonna build my research room right away because I gotta start researching some things. I need to get some cure equipment and I need to get some drug research done. Now I'm going to start building some stuff before week's open. Boom, there we go. Just need my reception desk. And this is going to be my model, right? I personally am going to focus more on like efficiency. It's going to be like an efficient, running my hospital as efficiently as I can. Maybe not quite as efficient as the greatest efficiency artists out there, but I have certain things that I'm looking for. So February 1st is a consultant comes in on February 1st. I want that consultant. Boom, there he is. Thank you, consultant. So put him in the GP's office. So yeah, this is going to be more like the award for speedrun plus efficiency right here. Up there looking for the operating theater already. But I don't have any surgeons anyway. So it's kind of like I could build one, but I don't have any surgeons. I have one surgeon, I should say. He's the surgeon, researcher, psychiatrist right now. Yep, boom, got all the beds in there, gorgeous. I didn't get a nurse yet because, well, I can't really use the ward yet, right? But here we go, built that operating room. Not bad, pretty good operating room. Oh, did you see that? I got my surgeon right there. Go on to... I was ready to build a staff room here. Oh, I accidentally hit the delete button. There we go. Boom. Alright, let's try this again. Sofa. I need sofas for my people to sit on. Come on, sofas. Alright. Alright, now I need... See, because he's probably hiding here behind the screen. No, that's the consultant. How'd you get there? Anyway, my consultant... I don't know how I clicked on the nurse. It looked like very clear I was trying not to click on the nurse. But okay. Boom, there we go. I'll just get another person. Oh, got another consultant. Gonna put him right in there. Now everything, they're throwing banana peels on the ground, so I need someone to sweep those banana peels up. But of course he missed that one anyway. Love these guys. They've managed to walk around and there's only one piece of garbage on the ground and they miss it. Alright, I need them to work a little bit longer before I can send them on break. There we go. Looking at my research, and I've assessed that I don't need any more research by now, so get rid of them. Because remember, as I mentioned, this is going to be about cash. Cash is going to be the main issue on this one, so I just get rid of the researcher so that I don't have to pay him anymore. Basically. Still hasn't swept that banana peel. Doing a great job, buddy. Alright, I don't see anybody here, so it's time to send people on break. Alright, gotta get some more stuff in here. I want a second pharmacy. Let's put somebody in here. So yeah, as I said, I'm going to focus mostly on efficiency of running the hospital. Run it as efficiently as possible so I can get some money and get a nice hospital here. There we go, fracture clinic. So at this point, I've built every single clinic. Everything in the hospital has been, as far as it's been built, undecided. Forget the general diagnosis. I know I already purchased a consultant, right? You know, I got that second consultant. Might as well put her to work in the GP's office. And that way I don't have to worry so much about, don't really have to worry as much. Oh, there's this. I just remembered that I meant to hire this other guy. Let's see this guy. Boom. There we go. I just want consultants on the ground. See what all these people are coming. That's why I have 2 pharmacies. Looks like I lost somebody for the surgery. Because my dude was probably just messing around. I don't know what he was doing. Probably one of the main things with I don't have a separate psychiatrist here. I'm using this dude to do the surgery, to do surgery and psychiatry. Because he has both of those skills. So I gotta have to move him from one place to the other. And I gotta move the nurse around. I have more than one nurse, but I'm moving them around. But yeah, I'm running a pretty efficient hospital. I'm still gonna have to add like more hospital on. Yeah, I gotta move that, get that guy out of the GP's office. My man with the multiple skills. I want my consultants to be taking care of all the people. Who's this dude? I don't know. Yeah, okay, I'll pay you, bro. So yeah, this is going to include a little bit of micromanagement here, right? Moving them from one to the other, but I would say that it's a pretty smooth running hospital here. Where's my second surgeon? Oh, I don't know, this surgeon is just hanging out here. I need him to just get out of the surgery room, get on the floor. Just looking to see if I had another psychiatrist because he was doing the surgery. But I gotta take him now and put him over there. Get over there, bro. Come on, get in there and help handle this. This guy's like super important, right? Because he has all the skills I need.
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in inflator room. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Two surgeons required in operating theatre.
I need $50,000 and a decent sized hospital. So I'm approaching the $50,000, but I'm gonna need more money to basically buy up more space to increase the size of the hospital.
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in GP's office. We apologise for the amount of litter. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please.
So I'm looking for a year-end victory right now.
Clinic.
Because it looks like I'm not gonna I didn't make like the mid victory. There's like a victory in like the middle of the year that you could do, but it looks like I'm looking for a December 31st victory. Look, here comes a whole ton of people. Boom, try to increase the size of my hospital. Oh, I need $2,000, so I just need to add a room for $2,000. So this is about $3,000. Boom, there we go, that makes it. And now I need to handle this emergencies. Right, I don't really care, to tell you the truth, because money is the objective. I don't actually care that much about whether they live or die on those pharmacy emergencies there. Like, yeah, one of them died. Oh well, I need the money from that. There we go. All right, this is hospital number 5. It's called Simpleton, as in you are a simpleton. All right, so the key to this one is Kiers, 100%. Like, the money is very low, like how much money you need. You only need 50 grand. On this hospital, you could get a lot more than 50 grand pretty easily. They start you out with 3 consultants, and they're like, this is all you're gonna get as far as good doctors, which is absolutely accurate. You don't get better doctors than those 3 consultants. However, I actually, in most casual play, of course I'm going to train, but I'm not on this one. I didn't actually train on this particular one, right? I didn't on the speedrun. No training. I'm just going to use the consultants that I have available to me and just get going, basically. I'm going to use a strategy pretty similar to, honestly, the first hospital, a little bit similar. And you'll see that, of course, what I mean by that. And we're going to... we're also going to avoid surgery. No surgery. So in order to do surgery, you need to train a surgeon because you only have one surgeon to start. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to go ahead and just say no training. I'm not going to bother. So you'll see why I do that in a moment. Like, obviously I could have I could have cured people using a surgery after I train a surgeon, but it does take a while to train them. Also, of course, there's the expense of taking care of those surgeons. But when you see what strategy I'm implementing, I think it'll make a lot more sense. So let's wait and see what it is until I'm ready to do it. So I'm just going to run a very tight hospital here, like a very small hospital. I'm still going to build a ward because a ward counts as a diagnosis building. Some people like to use the ward as diagnosis. Obviously, I know that there's a fracture clinic here. There's also a fracture emergency. So I will eventually build 2 fracture clinics. Make sure to put your radiators in. To bring people in for cures, generally the most important thing is to build buildings, have a good amount of radiators, around, keep your building nice and heated. So when that dude comes by, he visits your hospital, he is happy with what he sees, And there you go. Need to build inflation here. Yeah, just working on the temperature here, just putting radiators everywhere. That everywhere he walks, it feels heated. There we go. Here's the strategy, as I mentioned, that I used in the first one. Decreasing the prices. And I'm increasing the prices of surgery in the hopes that they won't ask me for surgery, so I don't have to deal with it. And funny enough, people actually do line up for surgery despite the fact that we are charging that much. So if money was the thing, right? I would love to do surgery at 200% the charge, but since it's all about cures, I'm not really worried about it.
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please.
And of course, for cures, you gotta focus on drug research too. Make sure your drugs don't kill people, because you don't get a cure if they die, unfortunately, right?
Doctor required an inflator room. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in general
Yep,
diagnosis.
gonna need another pharmacy.
Required an inflator room.
Pharmacy's very popular in this level.
Fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in pharmacy.
So at first you'll kind of notice that not a lot of people come, in, really not that many people coming. Despite the reputation going in, like, it's going up quite quickly, right? Like, it's not like low. It's very far in the green.
Nurse required in ward. Nurse required
Let's get that,
pharmacy. Doctor
handle this emergency, and handle, of course, the general patients.
imminent. Doctor required an inflator.
Right, when you do emergencies, sometimes you really piss off a lot of, if you don't handle them fast enough, you kind of make the general people who walked in, they kind of become upset because they got to wait behind these long lines. But if you handle them fast enough, you'll be able to get everybody before they decide to walk off in anger.
Fracture clinic, please. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in general diagnosis. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
I just realized that I forgot, I should have that guy do more research to complete some research, right? I'd like to get get some diagnostic buildings.
Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required an inflator room. Nurse required in fracture clinic,
As you
please.
can see, there's not a lot of people come in to this, so you kind of have to, you want to do it in the fastest time, you got to do everything you possibly can to drive people in to this place, because they really do not want to come. I'm going to wait for that earthquake to finish before I do
Earthquake reported.
before I put an x-ray in. There we go, bloaty heads.
Staff announcement. Doctor required an inflator room. Doctor required in general diagnosis. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office.
right? So what I'm really looking for right now is my scanner. I got the x-ray in there, but I'm looking for the scanner. You know, to get that scanner in there, I can replace my general diagnosis with the scanner.
Attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in Slack-Tom clinic. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in inflator room. Nurse required in pharmacy. Staff announcement. Doctor needed in Slack-Tom clinic. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please.
See how few people are asking for the surgery? I mean, yeah, some people have asked me for it, but it's really not like that much, right? Like to maintain a surgery for like that few people. I mean, really have to like train someone up to be a surgeon. Probably take like 5 months of them just sitting there waiting. And I need my consultant surgeon isn't on the floor the whole time. This is kind of, I feel like this strategy is probably the best strategy you can employ. I could be wrong. Maybe you could employ a better strategy. You give it a shot, right? Look, that the emergency is one person, me. Okay, so now this is very close, of course. This is crowded right here, but I got everything is in here. I mean, I could have probably gone without the x-ray and made this a little cleaner, but oh well. This is just fine. I'm just checking. I'm just like, what? They're willing to pay 200%, you know? You know, for that surgery. on most levels, you probably wouldn't even want to risk that. The inflator was at very low strength. When the earthquakes, at this level, the earthquakes are just not that strong. So I kind of overbought, to be honest. I bought more land than I needed to right there. But, you know, it's not going to matter in the end. Obviously, I know that already because I watched this. Yeah, like normally, to be more efficient, you would probably have bought less land. Just enough, right? Just exactly enough to make it. As you can see, I have plenty of money, even with half the prices, right? Like the 50% prices, I still have plenty of money here. This is a very profitable hospital. Trying to get my consultants out of these side buildings, you know? Like to stop hanging out in these side buildings and go to the GP's offices. There we go. Okay, this is level 6. This one's called Festering-on-the-wold. About to make a very generous research department here. Yeah, I gotta get that research done, right? And I'm gonna put a couple researchers in there. What a very talented researcher. But boom, he's a researcher nonetheless. I'm using him as a researcher. Get a head start on some drug research, some treatment, and some diagnostics. Right, and then we gotta start opening. Get this stuff ready. This is some great surgeon right there. Consultant surgeon, love it. Love to see those.
Doctor required in GP's office.
Gotta get my psychiatrist out here. Like I was debating whether I would need to build my psychiatry first or my pharmacy. Definitely, looks like it was pharmacy, guys. We gotta build my pharmacy. I kind of that my rushed nature on that psych room, definitely not ideal placement, but I'll be fine. I was fine. Got a little bit of a bigger ward here. Sometimes I just get tired of struggling to put these beds in there. So I built it a little bit bigger and I'm like, you know what? I got the room. Let's do it. Let's go with an operating room. Probably a little bit bigger than it has to be, but boom, I'd rather just get it done. They're really very specific on those sink. As you can see, they're very specific as to where that sink can go. Alright, gotta build a general diagnosis. The reason I like the general diagnosis, I don't know if I've mentioned this before over the cardiogram, is because the cardiogram takes too long. And it has a machine too. Like the general diagnosis machine is invincible, so you don't have to worry about it. If you can't destroy it, then you don't have to worry about it, right? Alright, we got an emergency with some bloaty heads.
Staff announcement. Incoming patients with bloaty head.
I got my second surgeon out. My people are gonna need to rest soon, so I gotta put a staff room somewhere. I think another thing I didn't mention yet. You notice in the staff rooms I always put like sofas. I don't put pool tables. I don't put anything else in there. It's because generally speaking, if you watch them rest, like even if you give them like a pool table or what have you, they get up off the sofa, then they go to the pool table, then they go walk around, and it's just like if they just sat down. But when they go to the sofa and the sofa's alone, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna reject this guy. I'm gonna tell him don't pay up, and I'm gonna try to sack him. But anyway, they just stay on the couch if they just have a couch. So I just tried to sack this guy, and what's funny is he stayed anyway. Like sometimes it's weird. I think it might have something to do. I don't know. Like I'm see how I'm just looking at my guys, and I'm just like, wait, what? He's still here. Yeah, that's like an error in the game sometimes occurs, which is good for me, of course. I would much rather keep a good surgeon, right? But like, I sacked him and he didn't leave. But yeah, they were saying with the staff room, I always just do put couches in there because they just walk around and move around all the time. I don't know. Like even if the pool table or like the arcade machines are more effective, which I guess I didn't really even, they aren't. I haven't really seen any evidence that they are any more effective than a couch. They move around too much. They'll go up there. They just move from pool table to the and back and forth, right? So every time they're moving around, it's wasting time. Yeah, I just decided to risk that person's life right now. And they lived.
Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Nurse required in ward. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office.
Alright, trying to close. I get this third pharmacy because I think I'm gonna eventually need it, but also to close off part of the hospital because I don't really need that more of it.
Morning, earthquake reported.
You know, my janitors and doctors or what have you are just going up. The earthquake just kind of blew me out of there. Oh my god, come on.
Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please.
Alright, give me my emergency.
Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please.
You can see the emergencies on most of the emergencies on this level are like nothing.
Incoming patients with kidney beans. 2 surgeons required in
Like
operating
one
theatre.
emergency,
2 surgeons
one
required in
person
operating theatre.
with kidney beans.
Attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Warning, earthquake imminent.
Now this is a real emergency. The 13 people with gut rot.
Staff announcement. Patients with gut rot arriving. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Nurse required in ward. Nurse required in pharmacy. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking. I'm like, is it on maximum speed or not? So like eventually you start getting used to max speed. Right? You'll be like, what? Is it on max yet? You know, they're not moving fast enough.
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in Slack-Tongue clinic.
It's about time I put out a GP's clinic and it's starting to get crowded.
Attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration.
It was funny if you didn't notice there just for a second. I was pulled in my GP's office and the guy with the hat on, mustache is visiting. He won't move basically. You know, I couldn't put it down while he was there. So everyone else you can basically, besides your own staff, I guess you can will just move. Actually, even your staff will move once you place it down. This guy managed to go around. He went around the building to go over there.
Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Two surgeons required in operating theatre.
experiencing that error where basically I need to either place a surgeon in there or I need to take one out. Because like they won't, sometimes a second surgeon won't like walk in automatically if there's one surgeon in there already.
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Warning! Epidemic alert! Nurse required in pharmacy.
I love those epidemics, see? Because you get paid if you can get rid of them.
Epidemic over. Stand down.
And that one, was especially easy. It's a single person.
Doctor, attend.
Thinking I have too many nurses right now. But maybe I'll
2
just choose them.
surgeons required in operating theatre.
So in this level, really, money isn't really the issue. This is like a cure level. You're gonna end up waiting for cures. Oh, we had an error. See, that consultant was stuck in that building. He just stayed there
Doctor required.
way past. I'm surprised he didn't complain about his pay. And I mentioned, see, this is the psychology room. I didn't set the psychiatry up very well. I should have put that, the couch that they sit down in, I should have put it further back because of the King syndrome. But if it was just a normal, anything but the King syndrome, it would be just fine. Because they could just, the faster they can walk up to that couch, the better.
We apologise for the amount of litter. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor, attend. Doctor
Still saved all of them though, so despite the fact that it wasn't perfect.
Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in pharmacy. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in GP's office. Nurse required in ward. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Staff announcement. Incoming patients with fractured bones. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor
Given that I'm going to have enough cash, I'm just researching improvements so that when because you might as well, if you're going to have enough cash towards the end, you might as well just use and get your machines up and improvement and just replace them, because then you're like protected against earthquakes, and they're stronger machines, right?
Doctor needed in hair rest. Doctor needed in slap tongue. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in slap tongue.
I'm just purchasing a computer just for fun, basically. I mean, at this point, really, you don't need a computer. I don't really need to do much more in research, but why not?
Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in GP's office. Attention, earthquake warning. Nurse required in ward. Warning, earthquake reported. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Attention, earthquake warning.
They're really trying to break my machines right now, as you can tell.
Nurse required in pharmacy.
Boom, they're pushing all these earthquakes to try to destroy my stuff. But because I already had all those upgrades on those machines, they all survived.
Warning, epidemic alert. Watch out, we've got a VIP in the building. Doctor required in GP's office. Epidemic over. Stand down. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Two surgeons required in operating
He was kind of tired,
Two surgeons
so I need
required in
a better
operating
one.
theatre. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor, attend in the scanner room,
See, I'm
please.
waiting for 45 more cures,
Doctor
and I
required
still
in
have plenty of
GP's
money.
office. Doctor required in GP's office. We apologise for the amount of litter. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. Doctor required in GP's office. Staff and
So I'd say at this point, the only thing that can make me lose is if these machines break. So forget about it, right? Just make sure your machines are strong.
Nurse required in ward. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Epidemic contained. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse attend in the scanner room, please.
About to add another pharmacist there. But then I realized I have enough nurses. Man, I really love this slack tongue machine. Look at this. Boom, $1,300. $1,300. $1,300. $1,300. $1,310 to replace it. Right? Like nothing. I just saw I kind of missed one on there on the research on the operating room. One of the ladies walked out. It's not really a big deal though, because it's not like you can only win at certain periods of time anyway. So basically, I'm set to win in December 31st.
2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Nurse required in fracture clinic.
All right, this next one's called Greenpool. As you can see, I like to train. I like to set up a training almost immediately. Just my thing, really. I like trained, the doctors that are just so, the untrained doctors are just ridiculously slow. It's kind of sad, to be honest. Like, I hate kind of dealing with them, to be honest. Like, I don't like dealing with, I think then in some of these, like, that wasn't an option. You had no choice but to deal with untrained doctors, at least at first. But I obviously prefer trained doctors as whenever possible. And my preference even goes as far as to a speedrun type, that I would still want one. I set up a research area for my one researcher here. And now, again, I'm more balanced. I guess I said if they can improve the stuff before I even build them, that's pretty good for me. Like if they make a building cheaper, they make it building more durable, and I only have to build it one time instead of replacing the software, that would be great. Like, I don't know if they do an improvements in terms of like if there is like an improvement that makes the building actually like work more effectively, but I do it. But as far as I know, it's just like cost and strength, but I could be wrong. I don't know. They don't really tell you what they do. They just say this room has been improved. Got my second surgeon there. That's great. Get ready. So that means I can do my training room. I'm sorry, operating room. So great. See, I haven't even opened the doors. I'm in no rush to open, because there's just so much stuff that needs to be set up. See, the helipad is over here in the other building. So obviously you want to build ideally you're going to have your stuff there, right? Your treating room, your treatments next to the helipad. So yeah, all right, we're open because I have a receptionist and I have some doctors, and time has run out. People will come towards the door. Need a general diagnosis. Look at all the people rushing for the general diagnosis. Oh my gosh. What's funny is the ward is actually a diagnosis building too, by the way. Even though it's like I normally don't think it like that, but it is. I really screwed up the ward there for a second, but forget it. Let's go. Ready to do my operating room. So in this level, I mean, I guess this isn't the only level, but this is one of the levels that has emergencies with operating room. See, like, where first emergency involved the operating room. Right? I just saw that consultant psychiatrist and I'm like, oh yeah. Well, did you see that? Oh my god. I have two surgeons, but I guess they didn't want to go over there. Man, I feel kind of sorry for these raking grandpas over here. I mean, sometimes they really sit down and puke on the ground. Over there. I don't know why I built the psychiatric. Oh, I know, because of the doors. Yeah, I'm like, I thought I could build it closer, but then I'm like, why is he built like that? But I guess I need my psychologist. Get in there. Up another consultant. Beautiful. Yep, I'm hoping that guy can train my guys up, you know. To kick these guys out before they get too tired. I see there's a surgeon just walking around. See, that surgeon didn't answer the call. Go, got another surgeon. Great. Oh, need a fracture clinic. It's one of those that you're gonna go into debt, but gotta go into debt. Oh, it was 2487. 2,500. Oh my god, there we go. Yay. Build a fracture clinic. Now, don't ask me why we need a fracture clinic for this stuff. I mean, these people, they can't, like, they need to go inside this area. Like, you can't take care of their bones or whatever without one of those. Thanks for the $800. I mean, obviously didn't really like my hospital there. Maybe it was all the puke on the ground. And to put some radiators in. Like, I don't know, like, I know this game is old, but like, radiators is kind of a funny way of heating your hospital. To be honest, like, I don't know if anybody here who's watching this lives in like an old building. Like my building is old, so it has a radiator. But like most, like if you live in like a house or something, you probably don't have any radiators. And it's really kind of like a very old-fashioned way. Like most people just have like central heating or central air conditioning. Right? It's actually rare to have like radiators, and it's especially weird to have radiators in the middle of the room. Like they're almost always going to be at the end. Like they're always going to be like stuck to the wall somewhere.
Doctor required in GP's office.
So you can't just like be like, oh yeah, I've never walked into a hospital and there's just been like radiators sitting on the ground. Or actually, I don't think I've ever walked into a hospital and even seen radiators, to tell you the truth. Maybe I haven't been in one for a while, I suppose, but I'll walk around and be like, oh, there's a radiator pumping in the heat. All right, I got a consultant here to take care of the fat heads. There we go, pop their heads, good job. Yeah, stick like a, it's like stick a, is he like, I didn't even look, is he like vacuuming out, popping a hole in their heads and vacuuming them out? Yeah, what was he doing? Oh my gosh. Pretty scary. He's just like popping a hole in their head and like, or something. I guess I didn't read the prompt, like how they do it. I should have to go back to like my casual playthrough and just, it'll probably say like what the inflation room does. Like where I showed that in the first level, Toxicity. In the casual playthrough where it has a prompt that says how they handle that. This guy he's got skills, but he's very low level. You can put him in the room. Like if you see like doctors like that who have like high level skill, like they're a surgeon or psychiatrist, etc., but they still have very low level abilities. Either you're going to put them in the training room. You ideally don't want to have to use them, basically, because they're going to walk at super slow pace. Like, so sure, you got a surgeon, but they're going to take forever to do surgery. Or they're a psychiatrist and they're super slow. They'll walk over there at a snail's pace. As part of my general strategy, since I'm researching improvements, I take a while to build the buildings. I take a little more time. Like, you could just build like all the buildings up once. As soon as you research them, you build them. But if you're researching improvements, if you wait, you might be able to build a better building right off the bat, right from the beginning. So it's much better. So I'd usually just wait. Oh, earthquake time. See, like I just built a new building and it's probably damaged. Well, my lucky my inflator didn't go up in flames. Well, I think I just lost some buildings. Here, would I lose? Oh, no, they're waiting for a serious radiation. I just got the shower right now. Just now. I think I just told them to go home and then I just got the shower. Like immediately after. Another great strategy I use is I kill patients. Like, they're like, oh, there's a chance you could, there's a slight chance that they have this. What do you think? Should you give them the cure? I'm like, well, I get paid before they die, right? You kill them immediately. You just murder them. With epidemics, you generally just, another thing obviously with the epidemics, obviously unless you generally just say cover up. I mean, the epidemics are like a trap. there is literally no reason to pay the fine. Like they say, pay a fine or try to cover it up, right? Well, even if you fail, so if you pay the fine, they'll have you, even if you pay, like say you pay the fine, they'll have another epidemic almost immediately. Like right after, they'll just send another one at you. Also, if you pay whether you pay the fine or you try to cover it up, it hurts your reputation. It's like, it's a trap. The only thing is if you get the epidemics and you handle them by covering it up, obviously you get compensated for doing that. So obviously, ideally, you just pass all the epidemics and you get your money. So this is kind of like one of those next to impossible emergencies. So just stand here and watch them die, basically. It's not impossible, but it's basically like, yep, they're all dead. But I made some money. Even though I didn't get the bonus, I do make some money. And it's not good, it hurts your reputation, but I made some money doing it. It's not impossible necessarily. If you had 2 operating rooms, you might have been able to do it. But that's a lot of surgeons. You need a lot of surgeons and a lot of space. Maybe if I took that psychiatric building out there and put another operating room in there, could have passed that epidemic, right? It's possible. Could have passed that. But I'm not particularly worried about it. The thing is, like, for those, not epidemic, emergencies. The thing about the emergencies like that is that sometimes you just need the room for that emergency and then you don't need it again. So you basically have to delete the room after you're done. Otherwise, you're just sitting there with another extra operating room that you don't need. I can do a scanner. This was not the ideal place for my scanner, to be honest. I'm actually kind of surprised I didn't do this. I forgot I did this. But, that guy just asked for almost 100% raise. But anyway. I replace my general diagnosis. Like, I delete it, and then I put a scanner in the spot of the general diagnosis. People still go to general diagnosis. But, if you give them no choice but to use the scanner, then they do. It costs more money. Obviously, you charge them more money for diagnostics. And, overall. And, you basically have to spend the money anyway. Because the game forces you to build, a hospital of a certain size. Right? And you almost never need that much space. So you could just replace it. So it's basically, the cost of it is pretty much irrelevant to you winning the level. Right, you're gonna need to do it anyway. So yeah, I would usually take that general diagnosis right there and just turn it into a scanner. In fact, maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I do that late. I think I might do that later in this video.
Epidemic now under control. Doctor required in general. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in inflator room.
Staff are always complaining about everything being too cold. By the way, they're always complaining that the hospital is too cold. Yeah. It's not like I have no radiators out there, right? So the radiators are also kind of another trap in this game. This game likes to do traps, honestly. They really love traps. But one of the big traps is you can turn up the heat, but then it costs you more money to heat the hospital, right? Like, and it doesn't really seem to have much effect on anything, honestly. It just makes people complain slightly less, like your staff complain slightly less about the heat, but it's way more expensive to turn up the heat than it is to just put radiators in and let your staff complain if they go too far from the radiators. Looks like I have a lot of staff just running around right now. I think this is weird because I think this is one of the ones where I have tons of money. I have plenty of money, I'm doing plenty of stuff, but then my reputation wasn't really that high. Because I lost, probably because I took that one emergency where I totally failed. And here I am considering whether I'm going to go put that x-ray in or not. Because I mean, technically if you want to get like a large, oh, I just paid a large extortion there. If you want to get like more exact diagnosis, you want to put more different diagnostics in. Yeah, I'm not gonna have room for no x-ray. The x-ray takes up an insane amount of space. Like it's huge. It's like the size of an operating room. Or like a ward. It's really absurd. Yep, here I go. Placing that with the scanner. Or, no, I'm gonna try an x-ray, but it's not, no. The x-ray is bigger than a general diagnosis. The scanner can be about the same. You know, maybe do a GP's office, I don't know, what do I want to put there? Get it, you already have a scanner, let's do a GP's office. Like a giant GP's office. Maybe my staff will stop running around like a bunch of clowns if they can then help out with the GP's office.
Staff announcement. Incoming patients with the King syndrome. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in decontamination. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Handing out call to repair tongue slicer. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
Time to put some toilets in. What's funny is I hardly ever see anyone use them. Probably because I always put the toilets in like a ridiculous location. Like these toilets are kind of in a dumb location here.
Handyman to repair x-ray, please.
got an explosion. So yeah. Nah, what the... Got an explosion despite all the other precautions. So I'm just sitting here and I'm just like, okay, well, we don't need to do any more training anymore. I think I forgot what exploded. I don't even remember. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I totally forgot. I thought it was the hair restoration, but it wasn't. It was the inflation room. Like, you better get ready for mass deaths. Yep. Then I realized, oh my, right here is where I realized that it wasn't that room. It was the inflation room that blew up. Those rooms explode a lot. Those rooms explode quite a bit. Like inflation and hair restoration are like the number one on explosion, probably. Because they're just not very durable. Yeah, I just lost some reputation there because I took that case, but you need a lot of money in this one. You need like an insane amount of money and lots of cures. And the patients don't even come in that fast. My reputation is lower than what I need. Because so many people have been killed at our hospital. I'm building these drink machines to try to get my reputation up. In the hopes that that'll help build the reputation up. Now, I don't know if they actually do increase your reputation or not. I put them in. If you have extra cash, you think you're gonna have extra money at the end, you might as well try anything you can. Yeah, I'm just building some buildings because it says I need a larger place, right? So I'm like, yeah, let's build a ward because I screwed up the ward at the beginning. It only has like 2 beds. So now here's an extra ward. We're at 140 off. Miserable, right?
Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor needed in hair restoration.
Now I'm basically gonna start kicking out some extra staff, maybe. But then I kicked him out, but then I'm like, okay, just to boss everyone out. So like basically I need to have 200,000 before the end of the year. Which it looks like I'm gonna do. Anyone who complains about their salary is just gonna get thrown out the door right now. Seriously, get out. Get out.
Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor needed inside.
All right, next one. All right, welcome to level 8. This hospital is called Manquay. Now, I don't know where they come up with these names, but sure, I'm sure they mean something to somebody. I don't know. You can see I'm hiring right away because I got a psychologist and I got a surgeon. And we're going to start up. You know, this is one of those we got to go kind of things, right? Let's get it started kind of level. Boom.
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
I had a design pretty planned out on this. I mean, part of it was definitely based off of Happus's speedrun. That's the guy who played like this game for almost like 5.5 hours or something. Yeah, I think it was like 5.5 hours in a row. But then I made some differences, of course. Some of it will be slightly different based on my own preferences. Oh, found my second surgeon. They're probably already looking for that, probably already looking for it, right? Yep, already looking for the operating theater. They don't waste any time. They want an operating theater. And I'm like, yeah, let's make it right here. I don't know, like some of it is pre-planned, and then sometimes I think I just like, oh, okay, I gotta do this now. We gotta get this done. Come on now. Sometimes I may think maybe I'm just like, okay, come on. Oh my God, give me my bed. Forget it. They're probably not even here anymore. All right, here we go, operating theater. I mean, that's an okay operating theater. Not perfect, but not bad. Terrible either.
2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
Time to do some research.
Required in GP's office.
You saw I had like a consultant researcher there.
Doctor.
There he is. He's just bouncing around over there. Get in there. Look at that guy. That surgeon's already complaining. Man, didn't waste any time complaining, did he? He's already complaining. Who knows how much he wants, how much money he's demanding right now. Yeah, he wants $1 million. Nope, no thanks. You can't have $1 million, thanks.
Doctor required in GP's office. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in
I mean, I think in a way you kind of have to know what level you're playing. I do to generally try to play mean and lean and mean as much as possible, but like when the ideal approach to these levels, you kind of have to know usually what's left over. Either you're going to get all the cures and you have the money. I think I've said this like a million times by now, probably. You know, so in this one, obviously I'm looking for money, right? Like I'm obviously thinking that money is going to be my barrier and not cures.
Doctor required in GP's office.
Oh, they barfed all over the ground.
Doctor required in general diagnosis. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in ward. Staff announcement. Patients with broken hearts arriving. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic.
This is one of those, you know, you saw I put like in the researcher, I put all the cures, just everything straight to cure, because this is one of those where they're going to start coming, like with new ailments, and generally, and most of the time, they come before you have what you need to cure them. So you try to do it as fast as possible to get that stuff put in.
Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
But as you can see, they don't really come very fast, do they? I mean, not a lot of patients coming through here.
Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in general diagnosis. Staff announcement. Patients with gut rot arriving. Nurse required in pharmacy.
Yeah, they're probably gonna come before I get this second pharmacy in. I mean, yep, definitely, because I put that radiator there and blocked it.
Doctor required in GP's office.
At least the normal staff will be able to come. Supposed to be you can like drag them over like that to get them to come over to this line. Need an inflator. Pop somebody's head.
We apologise for the amount of litter. Doctor required
There
an
we go.
inflator room.
Maybe one of the doctors that says running back and forth can go get that.
Warning, earthquake imminent.
Uh-oh.
Warning,
Always gotta watch out for those earthquakes.
Maintenance required in hair restorer. Handyman to repair X-ray, please. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
Up there we go. Leave that wide open space for some decontamination. You know, this is one of those I've always had I always have some trouble getting it where I wanted it. Like with the, I mean, I guess it depends on like what wall you're building. I guess I just give up. There you go. You can have the money. Forget it. You can have it. And in the meantime, I'm gonna be looking for your replacement.
2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attending Doctor required.
See, they always come up with it quick. It's funny, like almost always, as soon as you're done, like if you do it like that with all the cures, as soon as you're done, they almost always seem to be like, oh yeah, now it's time. But I guess I didn't plan that door correctly for the decontamination. I need to have it on the side.
Doctor required an inflator room. 2 surgeons
But then the shower is going to be a pain to put in. See, like, see, it tells you only need this much room, but if you put the door in a different location, it's so much difficult. It's so difficult to fit things in there. It's kind of the same with the electrolysis clinic too, but this is a bigger one right here. I'm just gonna take up all that space. See, I think I can, if you can fit everything in the smaller space, obviously it's a lot more efficient. If you, if you make a giant hospital, because then it takes them longer to get there.
We apologize for the amount of litter.
Not enough people are coming in fast enough, you know? They're just like, come on now, come on, get me my patients. Where are my patients? I got a whole staff here waiting. And here comes the complainers.
Doctor needed in Slack Tongue Clinic. Doctor wanted in. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in general diagnosis. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
Alright, so I really need... starting to see a lot of question marks. So I can't wait to get my diagnosis stuff ready to go. We're gonna need more diagnosis here.
VIP is touring the building. Doctor wanted.
I don't really care that much about the rest of the diagnosis stuff. I really care more about this scanner than anything.
Staff announcement.
11 people for the psychiatric.
Doctor needed in Slack Tongue Clinic.
Like, oh, I was hoping I would find like a good psychiatrist. really good one. It's used as a basic.
Doctor required an inflator room. Doctor required an inflator room. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in
Alright, we only missed 1. That's pretty good. All things considered, right? That's a lot of people. Psychiatry is very effective, right? Pretty good pay for infectious laughter, for sure. There's something there. Probably a radiator there. Blocking that. Well, you know, like, since you can't turn the camera, sometimes you can't see, like, if you place something there. And I have to just, like, click over there.
Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Nurse required in ward. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Attention, earthquake warning. Attention, earthquake warning. Maintenance required in hair restorer. Handyman called to repair tongue slicer.
Oh man, I almost lost one of these machines.
Handyman to repair X-ray, please.
It could be because I'm on like the maximum speed, but you know, like it feels like those, they really come at you fast, the earthquakes.
Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor required an inflator room. Nurse required in
See, I was kind of hesitant on that one, checking out like, you know, how many people I got in his surgery. Are we ready for that? This unexpected swelling is surgery. The thing is, I have a lot of surgeons on staff, so they should be like ready to go. But they aren't.
Staff announcement. Incoming patients with unexpected swelling. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Nurse required in ward.
I feel like I'm repairing this operating table for a lot. So it's starting to run down its strength for sure. It's so hard to catch. Oh, come on, bro.
Nurse required in ward. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in decontamination.
Surprising at this point that 2 GP's offices have been sufficient to handle everything.
A VIP has entered the building. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Maintenance required in jelly vat. Doctor. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor.
I'm just
attend in the
basically
scanner
sitting here
room,
just
please.
waiting,
Doctor,
right, for the
attend
money
in
to go up, for
psychiatry,
the peers to
please.
go up,
Doctor,
right?
attend in the scanner room, please.
Like the
Doctor
hospital
needed
has
in
been
hair restoration.
exactly the same
Doctor,
for a
attend in
while.
psychiatry, please. Doctor required in
Oh, there we go. My stupid psychiatrist runs out just as they're about to come in. They're gonna be coming in soon. I'm like, oh, come on now. There we go. Now this is a well done psychiatry building. See, they just go over in the couch, welcome to the right? This was much better than some of the other ones I've done this game. But this is definitely like really well done.
Doctor, attend in the
Part of
scanner
it
room,
is like
please. Doctor
what
required
angle
in
your building is sitting at, right?
decontamination. Doctor,
And how
attend
easy
in
it
the
will be
scanner
to
room,
set up.
please. Staff announcement: incoming patients with sweaty
Slap tongue
palms.
clinic's pretty
Nurse
nice too.
required in pharmacy.
Just walk because they're walking right into the business end.
We apologise for the
And
amount
means that they just walk up immediately to the machine. You know, like ideally, the same thing with that machine, the bone machine, right? Like the machine where it picks their bone. Like right here, look, they walk up to the machine and they just go right in.
Doctor needed in hair restoration. Handyman called to repair.
So yeah, I was definitely wrong about the money's gonna lag. I think the Keers are gonna
2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
lag the money for sure.
Doctor required in
I mean, yeah,
GP's
the
office.
money still needs to go up more. Looks like the Keers aren't gonna go as fast.
Doctor wanted in electrolysis.
I think we'll probably have 300,000, but then I think we'll have to expand the hospital, like buy up new properties.
Psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in
We're reaching the point where we need another GP's office. Probably.
Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in ward.
You walked away just in time for that emergency to come in. I'm gonna have to add $56,000 worth of hospital on.
Nurse required in
There we go, about 2,000 more needed.
Patients with invisibility. Handyman called to repair tongue slicer. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor needed in hair restoration. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Handyman called to Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. Doctor required in GP's office.
There we go, there's a room for $2,000. There we go. Okay, obviously we're gonna make it by the end of the year, and that's it. Just maintain all my machines, and I'm good.
Maintenance required in jelly vat. Doctor required in decontamination. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in ward. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic.
On to Eastville. All right, this is Hospital 9, Eastville. This is probably one of the most annoying hospitals levels here, to be honest. The big reason really is earthquakes. There's some brutal earthquakes on this level. And of course you need to last pretty long to get plenty of money and cure plenty of people. So here I'm starting off getting some research. You can see how I'm kind of balancing it out, getting some improvements and etc. Right, like I'm getting some improvements, drug research, and treatment. Because in this case, the treatment rooms don't really need to move super fast, like the treatment aspect, right? I was struggling there for a second to put this GP's clinic in. You know, I think I have to pause at key moments. You know, every time when you play this, you know, you kind of have to know, like at certain points when you need to hire certain people, right? Boom, I'm like, okay, in February I need my surgeon here. I need that surgeon. Right, because as always, they almost always immediately want surgery. Saying that you can't do surgery without your surgeons. So I need to slow down here for a second. As always, struggle to get those beds in there. But yeah, I need another consultant. Look at that, beautiful. Need my second surgeon for sure. And if I got another researcher, throw him in there. Give me some more research. Need to get that operating theater. Boom, yeah, let's do that. Let's block off part of the hospital with that. I mean, I don't know, sometimes that's the way you gotta go. This is a little less than ideal operating theater to tell you the truth, but I just kind of put it in. Now, I was confused for a moment. I'm like, wait, why can't I do surgery? And then I realized I need nurses. I need a nurse for the ward. There we go. The pharmacy. Yeah, put those radiators in. Before my staff complains. See, the reason, I put 2 in there. Oh man. It's gonna be very hot in there. Alright. Running low on cash. Have to borrow some money. Want a spare psychiatrist here. Just for when the other one goes on break. One thing I really hated plants. I don't know. I did on my casual run, I put those plants in there. But I'm like, plants are garbage. You know? Like they gotta be watered and they don't do anything. I swear, I don't understand this. Why do they want the plants there? I have no idea. But the plants don't do anything, really. Or should I just say anything valuable? You know, anything that I value. I don't know.
Doctor required in GP's office.
Oh, I need my fracture clinic. Yep, that's better. Like, that's better than the other way I had. That it defaulted. You know, it'll default, you know, to certain ways depending on, you know, where you're building it. So, like, that clearly is much better than the way it was before. They can just walk in. I've got another surgeon there if I want him. Yep, I want him. Can't hurt to have a spare surgeon somewhere. But right now, my staff is just running around in circles. Alright, what's this lady want? Oh, they don't know what she wants. So I just probably have a doctor in there that's not a consultant, or I need more diagnosis.
Doctor required in general diagnosis. Doctor needed in Slack Tongue Clinic. Doctor.
There we go, second.
Psychiatry, please. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in general.
So in this hospital, you definitely start running a deficit in cash at least at first. And then before you can start making your money back. But you see, I take out my loans kind of gradually.
Doctor needed in Slack Tongue Clinic.
See, I'm very conservative with the money there. I don't like to have loans.
Earthquake reported. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please.
Alright.
Earthquake reported.
Boom, I'm looking around. Alright, come on now. What we got? Alright, broken heart.
Nurse required.
Take out the wounds as I need them. Alright, here we go. Hair restoration. See that? I mentioned the treatment rooms. I only had it at 60%, and that was enough to get all of the treatment rooms I needed. Right, I could have put it at 100, but you know, I didn't need to, right? So I'd rather just get some other research done at the same time. It could be partially because I have 2 researchers, though. Probably because I have 2 researchers sitting there. The next thing they're going to ask for is decontamination, which is really expensive. $15,000 for that. I'm going to wait until somebody comes in for that. You know, because why build it now, right? Like, to me, I don't like to build when I don't have to. Even though it does help in the long run, you know, it's nice to have the building built already. But then also there's earthquakes, right? Like,
you build that stuff really fast, and then it gets damaged by earthquakes, right? Like, but what? So why build it when you don't need it? Plus, you got to take out loans if you don't have the money for it. Yeah, my staff really dropped the ball on that one. I don't know what. You really can't trust them to do their job, can you? Like, the surgeons were available, and yet for some reason they decide to just wander around in a circle instead of doing their job.
Nurse required in ward. Staff Doctor required in. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Staff announcement. Epidemic warning.
I'm like, do I gotta take out a loan to build it? I think I do, at least temporarily. Up there we go. They want it.
General diagnosis. Doctor required
Decontamination.
Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Warning, earthquake imminent. Doctor
I'm like, God, I want to put it in. I can feel the damn earthquake coming.
Attention, earthquake warning.
Once again, I have so much trouble putting this stuff in.
Jelly vans.
Sometimes the default pattern is like, oh, you can fit it in here. Yeah, you can. But is it easy? No. Look, he walks out before I can get him anyway. Whatever. Whatever.
Nurse required in. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in Slack Tongue Clinic. Doctor
On my scanner before people start walking in. Be like, oh, I don't know what this person has. I don't know how any way we can screen them. Want to get something in there, right, to diagnose them. And the scanner is definitely my favorite. I mean, you could have built an X-ray over there, but damn it, this stupid X-ray takes up so much space, and it gets damaged really easily.
Nurse
Okay, I got my last diagnosis. Time to go to drugs. Okay. Now I'm like, okay, now that I'm doing drug research, I don't need to, right? Like, I'm done with all my cure and my diagnostics. I'm not so worried about, drug research is important, but, it's not too researcher important. Let's build a GP's office over this park. Come on. Look, guys. No need to clean up the bar. Just let's build a DP's office over there.
Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Staff announcement, incoming patients with sweaty palms. VIP is touring the building. Nurse required in ward. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office.
Yeah, I'm like, oh my gosh.
You need it in GP's office, please.
Like you have all these doctors, and then all of a sudden you're like, how do I have no doctors in the GP's office?
Please. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Nurse required in ward. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor required
A little
in
bit,
GP's
not
office.
necessarily perfect. Yeah, there we go. Hopefully we can get it more perfect.
Attending psychiatry, please. Doctor wants
Ideally, I
to
want it like the chairs. Oh my gosh. I'm like, damn it. About to do my training room. And I'm like, do I even need to train people? I don't know. I'd like to train some people, but do I even need to? I don't know. I don't know why I put that guy in there. Oh, I took the consultant researcher is gonna come out. Because I figured, wait, what I don't really need top level researcher anymore. If I can get a really good researcher, if he's like a consultant, yeah, put him in. I'm like, where is my psychologist? Okay. I love it. That guy just walks up, barfs, and opens the door. Oh. Looks like we got 6 out of 7 on the decontamination.
Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor required in decontamination. Staff.
Yeah, I totally forgot to pay off that loan. But now it's time to put a training room in. Hopefully it's wide enough to give it to like the way I want it. Okay, yeah, like that. I'm gonna put 2 chairs, one behind the other, 1 bookcase, 1 skeleton. Hopefully the bookcase and the skeleton go alongside each other. Yep, like that. That's what I like. Like that. And so now I need to find somebody who can do some training for me. Damn, once I start running around like crazy, you're just like, what the? I mean, yeah, it's because it's on speed 5, but you're like, dude, stop running around so fast. Yeah, this guy's good. He can get some skills, you know. What is he doing? Did he just walk right out after I just told him to go? Oh, he's tired. Yeah, I forgot. Like, okay, wait, he's tired. He's gonna go to the break room. Give me some trained people, and then I can fire all these untrained people. don't know if one of these guys is gonna make it. Those guys waiting for surgery. I was surprised there for a second that one guy died from the drugs that I gave him. Because I mean, one of the guys didn't make it for the unexpected swelling. As I mentioned, it could be because of, the level of the quality of my surgeons, or it could be because of the setup of the room, which was a little bit, as I mentioned, less than ideal. But sometimes I'm just trying to put it in there as fast as I can. Time to put that staff room, because I want to use it to block off the parts of the serve as a staff room for them to rest. Also to block off that part of the hospital so that the raking grandpas stop going over there. Yeah, I'm really worried about some of this in some of these rooms. Because as I mentioned, there's some vicious earthquakes on this level. Yeah, that's not a very strong operating table either. There we go, much stronger. Okay. In there, like, come on, hurry up and train already.
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor,
there we go.
in the scanner room, please.
Because I need those I need fresh consultants for my GP's offices. I want them to come slinging out of this. I want the patients to get out so quick and fast,
Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor.
Oh, come on, I have like 10,000 surgeons. Can one of you go in there?
Pharmacy. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in decontamination. Staff announcement. Patients with gut rot arriving. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic.
I'm so proud of myself. I'm able to was able to put that pharmacy together fast enough. At least get some before they come in.
Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please.
And now I'm thinking of rearranging the hospital.
Doctor needed in hair. Doctor wanted in electrolysis.
You know, put all the pharmacies next to each other, right?
Attention, earthquake warning. Doctor required in inflator room. Attention, earthquake warning. Maintenance required in hair restorer. Handyman to repair X-ray, please. Handyman called to repair tongue slicer. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor
See that guy? You can tell that that guy is not a consultant, right?
Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
I'm just gonna look to see like if there's people that I'm employing right now who could use, you know, better training.
Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor required in inflator room. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in GP's office.
There we go. Now we got the pharmacies next to each other.
2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in inflator room. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in slap tongue.
Again, I'm trying to find out where my surgeons are. But there, I guess one more in.
Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please.
Not enough time.
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor required in GP's office.
So now I'm trying to estimate, like, you know, I'm doing all this, I'm doing some training and everything like that, but like, am I gonna have enough money? Right? Once we finish, right? Yeah, we don't need you anymore. Sorry, buddy. Because I'm thinking, okay, yeah, I think we have enough trained people. Once we're done with this, we're gonna have enough people on staff for sure.
tongue clinic. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in hair restoration.
And I'm like, oh, come on now. Where is my other surgeon? Like, seriously? But I gotta have another surgeon. Where are they? Like, what are they doing? People with uncommon cold. We lost a building here. Lost 2 buildings here. And wow, I found like this rare consultant to place whoever died there. One of my people was in that building and they just died. I guess you can, because he's a surgeon. You can get paid. Yeah, I lost one of my people. Oh wow, we lost the scanner room. The brutal realities of this game. So I heard there's a way to save, like quick save in this game, but I don't know, for some reason it didn't work. I don't know. So like this entire game, this entire like this entire like speedrun or semi-speedrun, whatever you want to call it, is done without having any games in the middle loading in the middle. So like supposedly Control S is what I believe is supposed to save it, but I don't know, and then Control L to load. I could be wrong. I mean, that's what I heard, but I could be. Maybe it's just a different hotkeys and I didn't know what they are. But otherwise, I would have probably saved it before that earthquake and then reloaded it. And then just like replaced those machines, because I lost a lot of machines there. Patients left and right over here. As long as I have everything I need at the end, I'm good. Need to have enough money and enough size of hospital. I need to buy like everything here. Oh my gosh, I need to build something. Oh, that's what I'm missing, the decontamination room. I need to build it. But where? Yep, well, if I didn't lose those machines, I would have made it right there. Probably would have had the win right there. But I gotta wait a little bit longer. And I don't know why they wouldn't let me put anybody in there. Sometimes these errors in these games just occur and you're just like, what the heck? I'm just like, okay, now it's just time to sack people and get the money already. Forget it. If you're not doing it, if you're gonna act like a moron, I'm just gonna sack you now. If I'm paying you too much money, I'm gonna sack you. Like, look, see, he's 712. Goodbye. Anybody else overpaid? See, now my staff is way leaner. I just need the money now. Alright, this is Hospital 10. It's called Eggensham. Alright, this is actually probably one of the easiest hospitals to play, in my opinion. I mean, it's kind of a breath of fresh air after playing Hospital 9. There are no earthquakes on this level. Very unusual. But here I am, I'm building a research department to get started because the cures kind of come in, so people will start coming in with different ailments, and you won't be ready for it unless you're really getting research done quick. Frankly, I don't think I was ready. I wasn't ready for all the ailments that came despite building it at the beginning. But, kind of roll with the punches and keep going during a speed run, right? So I'm building my GP. I'm getting some buildings built before, I already opened, but, getting some buildings built before anybody really walks in. I had 2 surgeons right off the bat, so I could, and surgery is very hot on this level. Like, a lot of surgery gets done on this level for sure. So yeah, definitely gonna need to be prepared for that. A lot of people. See, look at that, right away, straight to the ward. So yeah, it's kind of a hot item on this level. So be prepared for that. Beautiful consultant right there, perfect. Got a backup psychiatrist there. Built the pharmacy not quite where I wanted it. I'm gonna move it later. Very close. You'll see I need to build a psychiatric. Boom. But yeah. Boom. See, that's why I'm glad I have some psychiatric people. Wanted to build a second pharmacy, but realized, that pharmacy needs to go in a little bit more. There we go. Now I can build a second pharmacy. pharmacy is, of course, also, as you can guess, pretty hot on this level. There'll be quite a few people getting drugs. Oh. My surgeon went in the wrong room. As I said, surgery is super hot on this level. As you can see, there's people lining up for surgery immediately. Look at that, all those people already heading for the surgery. Definitely want to build some toilets. Pretty much a necessity on this level because of the amount of surgeries. I think the only way you'd be able to avoid the toilet would be if you wanted to do two operating rooms, probably. You'd have to go crazy with that, though, and that takes up a lot of space. Looking to where I want to put some of this stuff. Select tongue clinic, but then I realized, I think I want to keep that open for my GP's, general diagnosis and GP's clinics. Slack tongue can be built further in, somewhere else. Oh, got the bloaty heads as an emergency. Boom, right here. Ready to go. You get a lot of... You could train doctors, but you get a lot of good doctors on this level. You get plenty of consultants, surgeons. I mean, obviously later on, you won't be able to just hire them off the book right away, but you do get a lot. Right. Looks like soon I'm gonna have to build a staff room. But before you do that, you try to stop the complaining. Maybe a little bit late for that one. Complain. Right? But yeah, a little bit late on the staff room. And I'll pay them. Just for, I need them for now. Okay. To the second GP's office, looking and thinking, I'm gonna have to move that general diagnosis eventually. But for now, let's just put the GP's office in.
2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in
It's kind of obvious I'm gonna need more. I try to fit that select tongue clinic in there, but it's too big. Gonna have to go further into the hospital. It kind of has a weird hospital setup right here. Like, as you can see, like these adjacent buildings to the open buildings are very small. You can't really fit a lot in there. But we'll fit what we can and build and just buy more space when we have to. I would say this is probably one of the funnest hospitals to play. Like, it's, as I mentioned, because there's no earthquakes. You get plenty of money. This is a pretty busy hospital. You'll get a lot of people in this hospital. Of course, you do have to be kind of prepared a little bit, but I mean, there are epidemics on this level. But I mean, I overall, I was having a ball with this one. This was a fun one, for real. Like, this is like for anyone who really enjoys playing like Theme Hospital, playing these kind of games. This is definitely gonna be like up there and fun. right? Because you get to play like a big Sims kind of style play. And we have the first one up. Don't know what they have. I mean, it was, as I mentioned, you can get, this is a weird design, you know, kind of the way this hospital is set up. So you could, you know, get, I didn't really invest a lot in diagnostic buildings because the setup is just so crazy. It's hard to fit them in.
Nurse required in ward. Staff announcement. Epidemic warning. Nurse required in ward. Epidemic now under control. Staff announcement. Incoming patients with sweaty palms. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in. Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic.
And I should mention that on this one, at least based on the way I play, the lagging, what I call the lagging condition, I guess you could say, like to win, is money. This one is going to have a lag on the money. At least for me it does. I mean, I don't know how. Probably it depends a little bit on how you play, I'm sure. But for me, it was definitely the money that was the lagging factor. Right? Because despite the fact that a lot of people come in here, it's just, you know, it has to do with what the requirements are. Right? Like, what are the requirements to win it? And you need quite a bit of money. So it's kind of boom. So, you know, you do your best. Obviously, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm running like a super lean, mean clinic. You know, it really has to run fast and efficient because of the epidemics. But, boom. I mentioned that this is, but money will definitely be the thing that I'll be waiting for. Like, I'll have all the cures, and I'll be waiting for the money. Alright, I just sacrificed one of these guys to the research room because I know I wasn't going to get the electrolysis clinic that quickly. And, you know, you can do that, but, you know, you kind of have to be careful not to sacrifice too many people to the research room, but it can increase your research, as I've mentioned before, on that specific room, for that specific room. To be honest, I could have made this room bigger. I could have made any of the rooms bigger, honestly, because you can't really fit any more rooms over here. Right? I'm not really the best Tetris player, I guess you could say. Like, I don't always maximize every space. I said, you know what? I'll do it again. I'll put another one in there. Boom, he's going in. And it was kind of risky to do that, to tell you the truth. But surprisingly, I had no issues. I think that might be one of the last ones I do. I can't remember whether I did it again or not. But I was trying to get the electrolysis clinic done as fast as I can. So I could start building electrolysis. And I mean, in this case, my researcher kind of lagged. It really is based on the timing. Right? If you do it at the right time. Oh, I did it again. Oh my gosh. This guy, I don't want to pay him because he's low level. Like he's not, I could just replace him very easily. But it really depends on your timing. At one point in this level, you can get like a consultant researcher, and that's who you really want in that room. Obviously, it's a consultant researcher working in there. Because the one guy, he's just too slow. Or he can't research cure equipment fast enough. But that's okay. This is a good run. It wasn't like breaks the bank because a few hairy-itis guys walk in. As I mentioned, money is the issue. So you'll see like there's 39% chance he has baldness. Pretty good chance that he doesn't, right? But that's what you do when it's not about cures, right? When it's not really about cures. I didn't want to throw any more hairy-itis guys into the room because frankly, I got pretty lucky that the public didn't find out about my auto-autopsy machine. Right. It was really risky to do that.
Two surgeons required in operating theatre.
So now you see why we have two pharmacies. This pharmacy emergency right here. This one I wanted to sacrifice again. For some reason, my researcher was working super slow. I don't know why. But I felt like he was working too slow to get me my equipment. So here we go. Let's put those guys in there. I didn't care. Yeah, they just found out about my auto-autopsy machine. But I'm gonna get my stuff. Reputation can be corrected later on. And my consultant surgeon psychiatrist just kind of walked in there. I mean, I probably should have put him in myself, but he just walked in there. So now we actually just start getting things. Boom, there we go. We got everything we need now. since I don't really care too much about the diagnosis buildings, I'm just deciding, you know what, let's just go do some drug research, but then we'll do a little bit of diagnostic buildings, but focus mostly on getting these drugs up to 4. Also partially because I kind of destroyed my reputation a little bit with that auto autopsy, right? So I figured, okay, if we get the drugs back up and we get our cures ratio up, we're gonna get, better reputation. Now this is probably one of the more ruthless broken heart as an epidemic is pretty scary because it really relies, there's always a huge line for the operating room. So you kind of have to watch out. I'm like, okay, I need to replace this. This strength went down to 2. All the way down. So yeah, I just had to replace the operating. I'm worried about this. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, wow, yay. He's in there. Right? Boom. So I just survived the epidemic there with broken heart. Now we're just like, okay, let's just forget the general diagnosis, right? And just go straight for the GP's office here. I have sufficient staff, and even though I'm going to hire more, they said this level is such a fun level. It's a pretty easy level in general because, they just have everything you need. Right, I've been in the level for a while, and I'm still able to hire consultants just straight right off, right? So yeah, why bother with the diagnostics, right? When I just got rid of the only diagnostic building I have. And I'm not, right? Of course, besides the ward, the ward is also technically a diagnostic building. And psychiatry is also a diagnostic building. As funny as it is, a lot of these rooms that are cure rooms are doubling as a diagnostic building. So sometimes I just take the surgeon out like that because there's like this kind of, I want to say it's kind of like an error almost, where if there's one surgeon in there, a lot of times the other surgeon will not come. Like she'll call over and just say doctor needed, surgeon needed an operating room, and nobody will come unless both surgeons are gone.
Doctor needed in Simpleton Clinic. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Staff announcement. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor, attending psychiatry. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. We apologise for the amount of litter. Nurse required in ward. Academic alert.
Those two researchers are really starting to cook, they're starting to get some research done, which is good. Right, you really want to have
Doctor required
good
in
drugs,
decontamination.
even though cures is not the issue,
Restoration.
you still want to have decent drugs.
Doctor required an inflator room.
Now I'm trying to handle these,
Doctor,
be
attending
careful with these,
psychiatry, please.
epidemics.
Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor needed in Simpleton Clinic. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required an inflator room. Doctor required in decontamination.
I was just thinking, what is this psychiatrist doing all the way over here? I don't need a consultant psychiatrist in the psych building, really. I mean, if you watch his motion, all he's doing is standing up and sitting down. How good does he have to be, right?
Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in jelly vats. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Two surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor wanted in electrolysis.
And now I'm concerned about money, of course. I'm looking at it, okay, I'm 3/4 done on cures. And I'm thinking, okay, who can we do without? Right, can we do without some of these people?
Nurse required in ward. VIP is touring the building. Doctor required in GP's office.
Looking to see if I can replace anybody.
Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor needed in hair restoration.
See, like, the consultant psychiatrist will always try to run to psychiatry, but I don't really need them. I need them in the GP's office or wherever else. Because, you know, they run like machines, right?
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in decontamination. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Nurse required. Staff announcement. Epidemic warning. Doctor. Nurse required. Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in decontamination. Epidemic contained. Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Doctor.
So now I'm like adding up. I'm just like, how much money is that? Let's see. How much money do I need at the end? And it's very clear that I'm going to hit the cures before I hit the cash.
Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Doctor, attend in psych. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in.
Oh my god. Here we go. There's a vomiting spree here. I'm like, oh gosh. Starting to vomit everywhere. It's very funny because I can see the infected person right there.
Doctor required in inflator.
Right, I can see him.
2 surgeons required
But
in
then,
operating
what?
theatre. Nurse required
Then they
in
find me 6,000 because they which is nothing, of course. 6,000 is a huge fine.
Tom Clinic. Epidemic over. Stand down.
But, lost. Now I have all the cures, and now I need my cash. So I'm like, okay, I need to get rid of some people if I can, but keep the ones I have happy. And I can kill people if I have to. If they die, they die.
Nurse required in fracture clinic,
It's all about the money.
Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required. Warning! Epidemic alert! Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor required in jelly bags. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Epidemic now under control. Doctor required in jelly
You see that? I thought it was so weird. Maybe it's because I inoculated all of them.
Patients with
But they just said that there was no epidemic, but it clearly was.
Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required. Nurse required.
So we're approaching the time in which I gotta increase my hospital size a little bit.
2 surgeons.
I just bought basically every single piece of land.
In Slack Tom Clinic.
Now I gotta see how much I gotta build and what do I wanna build here. Okay, $15,000 for the hospital. Wanna do it by the end of the year.
Tom Clinic. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in
There we go.
GP's office.
All right, this is Hospital 11. This hospital is called Croaking Hospital. Get it? Croaking? Ha ha ha. Meaning you're dying. Or if you're a frog, I guess you croak. You know, like a bullfrog. Haha. Ooh, clever joke. Well, we're starting off with a research department. I did a video on the research department. It got 20-something views. Impressive. I'm just kidding. All right, so we're gonna go. It was funny. I actually used this exact. I used Croaking Hospital for it. I also did a video on the training room, and you're seeing this is the ideal training room. So I didn't do those videos for no reason. I wanted to show you this. So we got our reception here. I'm letting some time pass. So in this one, the first consultant comes in February. So we're basically, I'm gonna build, but then I need to make sure that I get my consultant for that GP's office in February. Right, so I'll probably slow it down once I get closer. Yep, so that I can do that. I don't want to miss him because he's very important. I also, of course, would like to get that surgeon. And they got a nice psychologist here. Boom, psychiatrist, I should say. Slightly different.
Doctor,
Do my pharmacy here. I'm doing it in a design, preparing in case I need a second pharmacy. Gotta get a beautiful ward here, right? And I'm kind of struggling because I'm sitting here. Oh, what'd I forget? Also, gotta make sure I get all my people, right? See, I needed that guy right there. The consultant surgeon there so he can train some people, right? These guys are too good, you know? I can use the other guys on possibly one of those on the floor, right? Second the surgeon while I train. All right, now it's time to build. So the rule to cram 3 beds in there, you kind of have to be careful with his desk, right? In the design, it's very, very specific. But you can cram 3 beds into that little space. And here's my operating theater. Boom, for a second, I'm like, damn, let's make that large. Right, boom, cram it in. Cram my sink right there. That's pretty good right there. So they change at that little blue thing right there. So you want it close to the door. The sink is good where it's at because they're gonna wash their hands in between each time they do it. I mean, I guess they couldn't. They don't have to wash their hands, but I guess you'd probably want your surgeon to wash their hands in between surgeries, hopefully. All right, and I research kind of mixed. I'm more of a mixed researcher. You saw I added Kier, and then I had 20%. I had some improvements because I don't like having to worry about things breaking as much. Got to make sure you put those radiators in there. This is a very cold hospital. Beautiful researcher here. Consultant researcher can help me finish up my research. Oh, another consultant. You know, this level really has a lot of consultants that you can hire, to be honest. But I like to have a nice staffed hospital with consultants, so that's why I'm doing some training. And someone's leaving. As always, it's always so hard to find the surgeons. You want to put some toilets here. It's nice to put toilets near the surgery room because sometimes, so basically it's like, you know, there's a line and then if they wait in line too long, they give up, like they leave, right? But with the toilets there, sometimes they just go to the bathroom and it kind of like resets the time in which they're waiting. So it kind of helps, right? So that can help, right? Resetting the time. As you can see, I don't really worry that much about the garbage on the ground. I don't know, it supposedly hurts your reputation, but I'm sure it does over time, but it's not really that important. To be honest, it's really not. Oh, I just added the computer there. Probably could have added that a little earlier, but I was busy building everything else.
Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's
In this hospital, it's inevitable that sometimes that just happens. Like you won't be able to
to find out what the patient has immediately, unless you went to diagnostics first, but then you really want to do care equipment first. Because sometimes, there's always, whenever there's emergencies, there's a potential that they're going to give you an emergency. And if you don't have the care equipment, you can't handle it. Same thing with even worse, epidemics. Right? If there's an epidemic of something that you cannot cure, then you're in trouble. I'm setting all the janitors to focus on machines. Because take care of my machines because of those earthquakes. I've probably noticed that since level 9 in general. Level 9, which has probably some of the most vicious earthquakes. That earthquakes will destroy your stuff.
Doctor needed in Simpleton Clinic. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office.
You may notice I built some of these rooms a little bit larger than they have to be. The reason is simple. It's actually not necessarily good to have open space, right? Because the more open space there are, the more radiators you need to add, more blah, blah, blah. This is too cold over here, blah, blah, blah. But when there's a room, you put a radiator in there, it doesn't matter, right? There's less room for them to move. There's less heating issues. So I actually also, even though it also does one other thing that's actually pretty funny. It kind of encourages epidemics. I actually don't mind epidemics in general, because if you have a good hospital, you can handle the epidemic, and then they end up paying you. Like, oh, your reputation, because it hurts your reputation, right? So I don't mind. Epidemics can be a good way to get cash. So I could avoid epidemics more or less by having a nice spread out hospital, but then it's actually kind of slower.
Nurse required in ward. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. 2 surgeons.
Once again, I think I've said this many times before, because I have improvements on, I like to wait to build things, like in the hopes that I will get an improvement on that thing before I have to build it. Right. And also because of earthquakes, right? You just build everything. I was very shocked to see that a professional would build them all right away. It's certainly easier to build right away, but then you have to take, every time the earthquakes hit, it damages your machines. So I kind of just like to wait and build it so that, because as it damages your machines, when they go to repair, it weakens them, and then eventually you're going to have to replace them. So the less replacements, the better. I also find I have to keep kicking these people out of these rooms. Like, especially when some of your guys, like the psychiatrist decides to walk in to the GP's office like that. Like, he doesn't, I want all my consultants to be in the GP's office at this point. Oh, this is a bad one right here. It was probably one of my least favorite epidemics. It's the broken heart, like surgery related epidemics. because they're not easy to handle. If there's necessarily, but it depends on how many there are, but you know, surgery's slow.
GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Warning, earthquake imminent. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Attention, earthquake.
There we go, see earthquakes. I just built this thing and now I gotta repair it already.
Attending psychiatry, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in GP's office. Nurse required in ward. Epidemic now under control. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor required in GP's office.
Yeah, I don't like rooms like that, you know, that are hard to fit things in.
GP's office. 2 surgeons required in
Like that, you know, like it says it can fit, and it can. It depends on the orientation, but you know, pretty annoying trying to fit them in there.
Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor attending psychiatry. Doctor wanted in electrolysis.
So
Doctor
if
required
you do it normally,
office. Doctor
that's what happens almost immediately. I just finished cure equipment.
pharmacy.
Now I got to work on diagnostics. As soon as I started doing it, you saw more patients being like, oh, I don't know what this patient has, even though it's a consultant in there.
Doctor
So
attending psychiatry.
now it's time to research diagnostic rooms, right?
GP's office.
Need to get those diagnostic rooms. Even if a consultant is in there, the consultant can't tell what they have.
Epidemic alert, stand by. Nurse required in pharmacy. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in inflator room. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
Alright, jellyitis. 4 people for that machine right there.
Please. Staff announcement. Incoming patients with jellyitis.
Nope, can't build it. Not enough room. Oh well, we'll see. Just hope that it works, right? Jellyitis is probably one of my least favorite machines. Because it's so weak. Very weak machine. It's damaged very easily. Electrolysis is pretty weak too, honestly. Do I? Sometimes I have trouble with this room too. Scanner room. There we go. With this dumb surgeon back in there. Come on, man. Supposed to be doing surgery around the clock. Once I got my scanner, I don't worry too much about diagnostic equipment.
Doctor required in general diagnosis. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor, attend. Doctor needed in head. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Nurse required in ward. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in inflator room. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please.
Figure I better get one of these machines in here, right? Gotta put that machine in before they start coming in. And I really like that machine. It's $20,000, very expensive, but you never really have to do anything with it. I mean, I've heard them say that the mechanic, that they fix it, but I mean, I personally haven't seen it. Once again, my dumb surgeon is somewhere. I gotta find him. Put a surgeon in there, because people are waiting.
Earthquake reported. Handyman called to repair Toxicity. Maintenance required in jelly vat. Handyman to repair X-ray.
Lost my jellyitis machine.
Attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in
Not really
diabetes
surprising.
office.
That one blows up so often.
Doctor needed in flat tongue clinic. We apologise for the amount of litter. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please.
Kind of lucky I didn't lose more machines. You see how close some of those were. That's my favorite machine, the cast machine. Because you can make it improves so, you can get so many improvements so fast on it that it becomes almost invincible.
Two surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor required in inflator room. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please.
Yep, grab him out. If you see that, like, chances are
Doctor,
that person is very tired.
please.
So, like, when you see it,
GP's office.
like when you put them in you see their morale is really low, right? Like that.
Doctor required in jelly vat. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in jelly vat.
And my staff is so dumb, seriously, that I have to keep moving them up there like that.
Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. Doctor required
Yeah, I
in
just found
inflator
a consultant right off the bat, right? To go in there. You wouldn't have to. Oh, look, there's another beautiful consultant.
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office.
So you probably might have guessed by the way I'm playing. I played this level that the Keers is really what you're looking for on this level. Because I have plenty of staff. Honestly, if I just move these guys around, it should be able to cover everything.
Earthquake imminent. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
really hate this machine, this jelly molder. You see how quickly it goes down? It's at strength 5. Basically, a decent earthquake will just break that thing.
Doctor needed in Slack Tom Clinic. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in decontamination. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in decontamination. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in ward. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor wanted.
My staff is being dumb again, as you can see. Looking around like, what are you guys doing? Where's my people? It looks like we're done training. That is a very good consultant right there. I mean, he only costs $114 and he's a surgeon researcher consultant. I thought I was done, but I guess not. Here we go. Another earthquake. The hair restorer is really cheap, so I don't even bother. Yeah, forget it. I also have enough money already, so it doesn't matter. Just to make sure nothing breaks, right? You see how expensive it is to replace them? It's still a lot of money.
Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in ward. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. 2 surgeons required in operating. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in inflator room. Stop announcement. Epidemic warning. Doctor, epidemic contained.
I'm almost made the cash balance. It was 500,000. Oh, I'm gonna kill some people with bloaty heads, no doubt. Like they're gonna die. But I need the money more than anything, so give me the money.
Doctor required in GP's office.
Yeah, I need $500,000 and $70,000 more worth of the hospital.
GP's office. Nurse required in ward. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Warning, earthquake imminent.
I mean, it would be nice if I could make this year, but obviously not going to.
Doctor needed in 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Warning, earthquake reported. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Handyman called to repair toxicer. Maintenance required in jelly vats. Handyman called to repair toxicer. Maintenance required in hair restorer. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in ward. 2 surgeons.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not gonna pay that guy $1,000.
Doctor needed in
$1,000 salary. Oop.
nurse required. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor required in GP's office. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
Almost reached my cure ratio now.
Doctor required in
So once I hit that, I hope to have enough money, and then that ends it.
Doctor required in GP's office. Nurse required in pharmacy. Two surgeons required in
They
operating
could have considered building a bigger ward, then more people could go in the beds, but then it's almost like it would create a line outside of the surgeon area. So it's kind of like the ward, they wait for the ward, right? They go in and then they wait again for surgery, right? So it increases the amount of time that they wait overall for it, for the surgery, and you're probably not going to be able to do surgery fast enough to keep up with a large ward. I've tried making, I've made hospitals with 2 operating rooms before. I and it's pretty expensive to maintain. Very difficult. Right.
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in Slack Tongue.
Alright, since I've made all my cure ratios, it's time to just fire whoever I have to fire. I fired my researcher, and I'll check out to see if there's anyone else that needed to be fired. Right? Because there's no point in keeping them on. Right? this is not what I want. Definitely not how I want my psychology building to look. Right, I want, because like when they have the king syndrome, they gotta go around. Right, like they sit on that sofa and go around. So here we go. See, these are doctors you need in February. You will not get those doctors if you don't do right away.
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office.
Research video is definitely gonna be
2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
hospital where I sacrifice people to the research room. So I was just and the inflator has been enhanced by the I forgot. It looks like I forgot to set my normal policy here. Yep. So I gotta move it to 40%.
Attending psychiatry, please.
When you have it.
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
You know, he doesn't belong. There he is. Like, stick there. You know what I'm saying?
Doctor required in GP's office.
Their surgery so they're ready to go.
Doctor required in general diagnosis. Nurse required in fracture. Nurse required in pharmacy. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
Even though you might like having consultants or psychologists, psychiatrists, I should say. Psychiatry is very simple, right? Basically just stands up, sits down, stands up, sits down. You know, it doesn't make too much difference.
Doctor required in GP's office.
And pharmacies getting rushed really fast. I think I'm gonna sacrifice another body to do that.
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please.
By the way, for the inflation room, I was just like, okay, so I played this
2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
multiple times, and usually it's only one
Nurse required in ward. Nurse required in pharmacy.
immediately, and then you get nobody, right? So there's just sending a lot of people to the inflation.
2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
You know, a lot of people to get to the research department, I should say, to get sacrificed.
Doctor required in GP's office.
So yeah, this was actually
Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in general diagnosis.
so I put some. This time I did put some drink machines
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please.
here, and I'm probably gonna take care of
2
it.
surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
The surgery. Like in the last one, as I mentioned, it serves as almost like another line.
Nurse required in pharmacy.
So they can wait.
Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic.
Beautiful, gotta consult. I'll build my slack tongue clinic. I like the slack tongue clinic. It's a pretty nice building.
Staff announcement. Incoming patients with bloaty head. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration.
See?
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please.
This is actually really good. But I have a strength of 10. I sacrifice.
Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in pharmacy.
out that I wasn't doing that. That too. Ate that jelly that.
Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in decontamination. Nurse required in ward. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please.
To a GP's clinic that doesn't need, that doesn't have anybody, and then they have to.
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in GP. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Epidemic alert, stand by. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in inflator room. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor epidemic now under control. Doctor required in GP's office. Attention, earthquake warning. Warning, earthquake reported. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor required in. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Nurse required in ward. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Handyman call to repair tile slicer. Doctor required in X-ray.
Replace it, but I try not to replace the machines as much as possible. Because obviously it costs money, right? I need money.
Staff announcement. Incoming patients with alien DNA. Doctor required in DNA fixer. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in pharmacy. Watch out, we've got a VIP in the building. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor required in GP. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. 2 Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in X-ray. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre.
That dude just said he's out of here. I don't think I paid. Yeah, I'm tempted to suck it, but I'm like, whole time. I didn't even know what the heck they were.
Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor needed in hair restoration. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor, attending.
Basically, I'm just having like one of those cheap 100.
Doctor required an inflator room. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor required in X-ray.
We
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office.
doctors.
Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in X-ray.
Hire a lot.
Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please.
And if you notice, they also get kind of mad when they have to clean up vomit.
Doctor required in GP's office.
I guess a lot of people can probably.
Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Staff announcement. Incoming patients with jelly-itis. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Nurse required in ward. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Warning, earthquake imminent. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attending psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor, attending the scanner room, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Warning, earthquake reported. Maintenance required in jelly vat. Doctor required an inflator room. Handyman call to repair tongue slicer.
Let's see. Jelly molder. Surgeons are not where they're supposed to be. I'm gonna have to use this researcher on the floor. That dude is weird. He's still in the floor. He's almost
decontamination. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor, attending psychiatry please. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor required in x-ray. 2 surgeons required in Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Staff announcement, incoming patients with third-degree sideburns. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in GP's office. Warning, earthquake reported. Doctor required in X-ray. Warning, earthquake imminent. Handyman called to repair tongue slicer. Doctor required in jelly vat. Nurse required in ward. Doctor required in X-ray.
Alright, it looks like we did pretty good. I deleted that jelly vat before it could get destroyed.
Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Nurse required in pharmacy. Handyman called to repair tongue slicer. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required. Nurse required in. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor, attend in psychiatry. Doctor required in inflator room. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in jelly vat. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. 2 surgeons. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in ward. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. Nurse required in pharmacy. Nurse required in pharmacy. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in GP's office. Staff announcement. Patients with hairy-itis are on the way. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Doctor wanted in electrolysis. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor required in inflator room. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor needed in slap. Doctor required in GP's Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor required in jelly vat. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor needed in hair restoration. Doctor required in jelly vat. We apologise for the amount of litter. Doctor needed in slack tongue clinic. Doctor required in X-ray. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in inflator. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor, attend in psychiatry, please. Doctor needed in slap tongue clinic. Doctor, attend in the scanner room.
That's right, you guys can look at this. My reputation is at the maximum. There's vomit all over the floor. I refuse to hire more money.
Doctor required in decontamination. Attention, earthquake warning. 2 surgeons required in 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Staff announcement. Incoming patients with alien DNA. 2 surgeons required in operating theatre. Nurse required in fracture clinic, please. Doctor required in GP's office. Doctor required in decontamination. Doctor, attend in the scanner room, please. Doctor required in Doctor required in inflator room.
Here, at the end of December, what is going on? They're all here for pharmacy.